pilots in those incidents had been a leading cause. In reality, though, this was not the case. In most of those incidents, the trim was moved with the stop by the autopilot, followed by the autopilot disconnecting, and the pilots actually not using enough trim while trying to recover. But since he had this misconception, that was likely the second reason why he hesitated about moving the trim. This, my friends, is why studying these types of incidents in detail is so important. And actually, further discussions like this is exactly what I tend to do with my Patreons when we do our bi-monthly Zoom hangouts. And I would love to see you guys next time. There should be a link to join Patreon somewhere here below in the description. Anyway, in the end, these two calls were using part of the structure now turned this upset into an outright emergency. The plane was rapidly descending towards the ground, and the only way to recover was to trim nose up, which the instructor initially refused to do. So that meant that they kept going down, while the instructor pulled back on the controls with all his might, straining against the extreme control forces. Now, there were also some indications that he might have been fighting against more than just the aerodynamic forces. The captain later stated that at this point he was still worried that they would be pitching up too much, probably because they were affected by that center-gravity illusion. So according to him, he actually positioned his arm in front of the yoke to limit any pitch-up inputs. Now the captain didn't say whether he applied any nose-down pressure while doing this, and the flight data recorder didn't record each pilot's individual control position, so we will never really know this for sure. But it is very possible that the captain was actually pitching down while the instructor tried to pitch up. Anyway, as they descended through 1,800 feet at 3,000 feet per minute, one of the pilots accidentally keyed his microphone and broadcasted several seconds of panicked dialogue over the air traffic control frequency. At the same time, the airspeed continued to increase past 345 knots, which meant that once again the terrifying rattle of the overspeed alarm now also started filling the cockpit. This was soon accompanied by the PPWS system, who now also began to blare out "Don't sink, terrain, sink rate, pull up, too low, terrain." And this meant that both pilots likely knew that if they could fix the situation within the next 30 seconds or so, they would go to crash. But what none of the pilots knew was that the stars had now finally started to line up in order to give them a narrow opportunity to recover. Although the instructor said that he didn't want to use the trim for making the upset worse, the flight data recorder actually recorded 6 separate nose-up trim inputs during the dive, and each one of these lasted less than 1 second. Investigators later concluded that these inputs were likely inadvertent, as the instructor repeatedly bumped the trim switches on his yoke while straining to pull the nose up. And in addition to that, an automatic system called the speed trim system was now also starting to slowly move the stabilizer in the nose-up direction. Speed trim is a function of the A310's flight augmentation computer, which automatically adjusts the trim position based on the aircraft's airspeed. It does this in order to improve the handling qualities, but it doesn't move very fast. So as Flight 211 speed increased, the speed trim function slowly moved the stabilizer nose up at a rate no greater than 1/20th of a degree per second, which over time actually started adding up. As a result of these two minor factors, the nose-down stabilizer position had reduced from -2.7 degrees at the start of the upset to only -1.2 degrees by the time the plane descended through around 1,500 feet. And with that stabilizer setting, it was just barely possible for the instructor to start raising the nose if it pulled hard enough. This meant that as he now continued to pull, the descent rate slowly decreased, and at a height of just 995 feet above the ground, the plane finally pulled out of the dive. As the aircraft transitioned into a shallow climb, the airspeed peaked at an amazing 370 knots, well above the aircraft's maximum. After this, more trim inputs were recorded and forces on the control columns started to decrease. They were finally out of danger. As they climbed back through 2,600 feet, the captain declared a pan-pan call to air traffic control and also requested a higher altitude.
Pan, air time's up, F-37 211, F-37 211. On a un problème, on demande l'altitude en haut de 5 000, on monte jusqu'à 10 000 pieds, OK?
But the aircraft was still on the tower frequency, since amid the chaos no one had remembered to contact the terminal controller. So as a response, the tower controller simply offered them to contact the correct frequency. Now this wasn't really the really needed at this point, but it turns out that the tower controller didn't know what a pan-pan call meant, since it was rarely used in North America, and he therefore didn't understand that he was dealing with an urgency call. When they heard this, the flight crew forgot to actually dial in the new frequency, meaning that the captain just repeated his pan-pan call to the tower, and this time he added that they were experiencing a communication problem. Eventually, all the confusion was sorted out, the aircraft was fully established in a proper configuration, and eventually all performance was they were cleared to climb higher, and the pilot also asked the controller to confirm their airspeed and altitude, which allowed them to verify that all of their instruments were showing correct values, which in reality they had always been, but this gave the pilots enough confidence to cancel their urgency call and continue their flight towards Montreal. The rest of the flight was completely normal, and about 45 minutes later, the aircraft landed safely in Pakistan. All of the passengers disembarked normally with no reported injuries, and we really don't have an indication of how this upset was experienced by the cabin crew passengers, but it couldn't have been very nice. Now, once they were safely down on the ground and the engines were shut down, the two pilots started to really figure it out. But no matter how much they tried to, they just couldn't figure out what had actually gone wrong. When the incident was reported to Air Transat, the company initially thought that the upset was caused by a wind shear, and as a result, the Transportation Safety Board of Canada decided that an investigation wasn't really warranted. But it later emerged that the flight crew had reported an airspeed communication problem, and when they heard that, the TSB finally launched an investigation, 14 days after the incident occurred. Unfortunately, by then, the cockpit voice recorder, who had only recorded the last 30 minutes of the flight anyway, had been completely overwritten. But the pilots themselves and the flight data recorder were luckily still there, and therefore able to fill in most of the blanks. In the end, the TSB concluded that the incident was caused by a combination of multiple factors, including inadequate preparation for a high-performance takeoff, late rotation, inappropriate use of the trim by both pilots, and a lack of communication between them, leading to task separation, loss of situational awareness, and an inappropriate emergency response, made worse by inaccurate simulator training. In response to those findings, Air Transat improved procedures and training on topics including low-altitude level-offs, low visibility takeoffs, autopilot use and upset prevention and recovery techniques. And Quebec City Airport also stopped issuing clearances requiring both heading change and an early level of immediately after departure. But maybe most importantly, the manufacturer of the Airbus A310 simulator used by Air Transat corrected the control for modeling error, which had led to the negative training of these pilots, and they did that on all existing simulators worldwide. Learning these crucial lessons, even from incidents where no one was actually hurt, is a big part of why aviation is so safe today. And I hope that this story maybe gives you some insight into just how much has to go wrong before lives are actually lost. Now, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Have an absolutely fantastic day, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This can all be over. All the deplatforming can end. Just cry out that the World Health Organization and their merciful messengers at YouTube and Twitter are super awesome.
The WHO is super awesome. The WHO is super awesome. WHO is super awesome.
Just cry out that YouTube has, been really cool about all this. Just say it, Crowder. Come on, man. The band comedian wishes to say a word.
Join Mug Club today at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. If you don't, your channel will live, at least for a while. But would you trade all those days for one day? You know the rest. Join Mug Club and live.
That's a quick sip, because I'm pissed now! We are ready to go here today. I don't think you're no, you muted yourself. That's self-flagellation. Look, bring up the rundown really quickly. Of course, Assange is free. A lot of people have opinions on that. We want to probably discuss the double standard in journalism that exists, especially having been the target of having our journalists silenced by three-letter agencies. But we're going to have Tim Pool on the show, and the reason for this, and I do ask that if you are watching right now on Mug Club Army, get this out to anyone you can, because we're not on YouTube today. YouTube is going to be, as far as we know, removing third-party streams of debates if they are on CNN. So that would include debates. That would likely include town halls. Tim Pool received word. We are waiting on a phone call this week. They are doing this because they are desperate. They are doing this because this election right now, again, if the election was held today, Donald Trump wins by a landslide. We're going to talk about that. We have the big stream, of course. We're still doing it on Rumble this Thursday at 8 p.m. Is it 8 p.m. Eastern, Gerald?
I believe so, yeah.
I believe so. Do you know so? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 8 p.m. Eastern. Look, this is the sequence of events, okay? Demonetized. We took it on the chin. Now, I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but that's, $2 to $3 million a year when you employ 30 people, you run this kind of operation. It's significant. All right, we have Mug Club. Thank you. You are why we survive. There is no show without Mug Club. There's no free show without Mug Club supporters. We appreciate the support there. There is no undercover journalism unit without the support of Mug Club. So, demonetize. Okay. Then shadow. Then throttle. And when we say, okay, we will create another platform, Rumble, we will use that platform and migrate. They then say, we are now going to eliminate your ability to make a living. If they want to eliminate the ability of everyone here to broadcast right now to you, they go, what affects this election most? Let's look at the place that has the biggest election streams in history. Oh, the debates, the town halls that actually got higher numbers than the original streams. It is completely under fair use and copyright. Let's eliminate between now and November the kind of content that makes that company possible, the kind of content that you pay for, which is completely covered within the bounds of the law. Take away the money they can, take away the platform they can, then remove you, period, even if you are not on their platform. These are totalitarian. It's very clear what is going on. So if you do not, since we don't need the YouTube dump button today because we're not on YouTube, it's a live show, weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern. We don't know how much longer we're going to be broadcasting on YouTube, considering how this is going down right now. So we're going to be talking about that with Tim Pool. He has some inside information. And before that, Assange, which comment, what do you think they should do with this guy? He's albino. It's weird. I don't necessarily know that what he did was wrong, but he's probably not the kind of guy I'd want to share a beer with. That's about it. Number 2, Captain Morgan, how are you?
I'm pissed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm a little fired up.
Good.
But we should be. We knew this was coming.
Yep. We knew that this was coming.
Nice.
Love it.
And then when you hear this, you know him, you love him. He's going to be at the Louisville Comedy Club on Sunday, July 7th for all of his dates. There's nothing like live comedy. Go to jfirestein.com. Show him you love him. Mr. Josh Firestein, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little tired. I put together a bedroom set last night.
Was it IKEA?
No, it was some cheaper brand that came with easy instructions, and my wife did most of it. But I helped, and a few of the drawers are almost straight. So.
Drank a 6-pack.
Of Trulies. No, I'm just kidding. A couple of Cosmos, and I was done.
Of Unhappy Dad. Cheaper than IKEA? I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, it's like Amazon. It's something from Amazon, and you get a little sheet that says, "Thank you for buying ready-to-make furniture,"
yes.
or whatever. And
it's written in poor English, where it says, "Is to formake great room, children love."
Yeah. and then the baseboard just crumbled.
Yeah, exactly.
Just disintegrated.
Yeah. There are brown recluses in the box. All right. Don't like spiders. I'm at war with them. So, before we move on, just when you thought that the World Economic Forum couldn't get any gayer, they now have put this out. They want you to eat bugs. They want you to drive electric cars that go and sorry, Toolman. And the WEF now wants you to not wash your clothes.
Of course, they show a third world country.
Folding your clothes with your husband.
Yeah, it's just
70% of CO2 emissions generated by a cotton T-shirt come from washing and drying it. So?
Mine's tri-blend.
Laundry puts detergents and microfibers in waterways.
Yeah, well, I poop in my toilet, so...
Yes. I also pour insecticide down public drains.
That's a crime.
He's at war.
Tomato.
Jeans? Okay.
Jumpers once a fortnight.
What is a jumper?
Well, let's ask our black.
Pajamas.
Well,
The exceptions are underwear and gym clothes, which should be washed every day. Okay.
What about the private jets?
Yeah. So
they don't have laundry machines on them. That's it.
To be fair, this was a clip from 2021, but it's now going viral. Thank you, Internet. If you want to know what that looks like, look to India. or the most poverty-ridden places in Malaysia,
Well, don't look.
Haiti.
Let your nose take you.
Yeah.
Use your other senses, my friend.
Follow your nose. Gross. They're pooping in streets.
like a cartoon of cartoons like sniffing the pie steam, you know? And you get there, it's a pile of laundry.
Tricks Rabbit shows up like, silly rabbit, pooping in streets is for kids.
Everybody.
It's anti-human. Hey, just think about it. Everything that they claim is better for the environment, waterless urinals, you mean a tree?
We've been advocating for that for years.
Don't wash your clothes, don't drive your car, public transit, don't eat meat. They want you
Don't eat.
sick, weak, and filthy. All in the name of saving the earth. Do you realize how little of an impact this would have if everyone in the United States followed these guidelines?
Zero.
None. Doesn't mean that it'll stop the World Economic Forum from demanding that international governments mandate it. Let's look at the actual CO2 emissions by their sources here in the United States. Electricity and heat, 43%, transportation, 37%, buildings, 12%, manufacturing, 11%. Pretty much all of these have created the luxuries that allow us to exist. So just get rid of the modern world.
And people.
They're overreaching. In comment below, have you guys seen this? It used to be if you said, hey, I don't know about, it used to be global warming, now it's climate change. Of course, what's his name? Adam McKay tried to say that was Frank Luntz who made it up.
Oh boy.
So climate change used to be if you said, I don't really know about the global policies as it relates to climate change. People would say, you're a science denier? There seem to be a lot more people now in the camp of, I don't know, and I don't know the significance of it, and this is probably too severe at this point. There are more people who are able to question it. It's really simple. To believe in it, you have to believe a few key things. You have to believe that the Earth is warming, or changing. You have to believe that humans are the cause of it. It'll have catastrophic results. And more importantly, if you accept all of those, you have to believe that the American federal government or the World Economic Forum can solve it.
And China
Yeah.
will play ball. Nope, not going to happen.
That's where we are.
Look, I'm fine with making recommendations, but don't guilt me into saying like this is the cause. Right here. If I just don't wash my jeans but once a month, which is about the cycle anyway, so I guess I'm doing my part, that all will be well. It's not. Like, you can make these recommendations and be like, hey, if you wash your clothes a little bit less maybe, but just make sure you get the crap off of them, and hey, maybe put some, air in your tires and you'll get better gas mileage, but don't make it like, that's the way we solve the problem. Get rid of the cows. They fart a lot.
Yes, they do. They do. By the way, we need to burn your jeans.
Plus, it's suspicious. I think this is all a grand scheme by Big Dry Cleaning.
Yes, exactly.
Don't wash your clothes. Bring them to the old Chinese lady down the block.
Just a couple of Latvians. Look at this fish. He has third eye because you used Tide Pod. Come over here. We solve problem in Mother Earth. Will be more happy.
There's just a laundromat in the back.
Yes.
They hang them up, make it look like they were dry cleaned.
And I say this as someone who I'm very meticulous about washing my clothes. I have a system, okay? When I leave work here at night, I put on clothes that I know I will wear the next morning to the gym, so I don't have to wash them again. Okay. Be very clear. When I was doing jiu-jitsu in New York City, I had to use the very creepy laundry room in the basement.
Yeah.
So all of my jiu-jitsu gis were blue. I bought them all in the exact same color because you could have blue, you could have white back then. I was like, well, I don't want to have to do two different loads. I went to a school that said we are old school, we are traditional. You have to wear a white gi only. So I literally stopped going to the school.
Problem solved.
Because of my OCD laundry habits, and even I think this is a bridge too far to the land of pooping in the streets.
Because you're Kevin McAllister with a creepy basement. You wear one color gi.
Crowder! Shut up. I forgot to close the garage. That's it. I forgot to close the garage. All right.
Yeah.
So, Julian Assange. Here's the deal. He is free. We're going to talk about whether you think Julian Assange did the right thing, but here's something. It is undeniable to see on display the double standard in journalism. And that is the issue I think that is most important here, because you look at the media and you look at so many people who venerated this man, and all of a sudden, the leaks of corruption as it relates to the wars stopped when Barack Obama became president. Probably for the same reason that no more films like Lions for Lambs Redacted Rendition took place anymore, because there's no more corruption at the top. That's the part I have an issue with here, not so much Assange. So let me just give you a brief update in case some of you who are watching were probably too young to remember what happened with Julian Assange. And you may mix him up with Edward Snowden, and you may mix him up with Joseph Gordon-Levitt because you think that movies are real life. So what?
It's not?
He also walked the tightrope across the World Trade Center. WikiLeaks announced that the founder, Julian Assange, is now technically finally free.
As we understand it, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange plans to plead guilty as part of a plea deal and will serve time served.
Half his face looks happy, the other half looks surprised.
Served 5 years in prison.
God, that's disturbing.
He looks like the bad guy in 30 Days of Night. I know.
He looks like he could be a bad guy in so many things.
I know.
I for sure saw him in Die Hard too.
He's on his way to Saipan. He's going to be pleading guilty to one Espionage Act charge, as far as we know, which is conspiring to obtain and distribute classified information. And the U.S. authorities in Saipan are actually nearly finished preparing Assange's welcome party. So that's nice. Yep. Oh, boy.
There she is again.
Out in the open. That's crazy. They should put it
It's Saipan. You're fine there.
Yeah. Is he a hero? Is he a traitor? That's kind of the question that people are asking. Let me kind of give you a little bit of background information. 2010, WikiLeaks, right? They released a number of these dumps that most of them were surrounding the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it included hundreds of thousands of classified military documents. And this video, which was all over the media back then, showing United States helicopters firing on a group in Baghdad, killing 2 Reuters employees.
Light them all up.
202 traffic, 260s.
Come on, fire. Hey, Roger.
Jeez.
It's terrible.
Keep shooting. Keep shooting.
Bushmaster 2-6. Bushmaster 2-6. We need to move time now.
All right, we just engaged all 8 individuals. Yeah, we got 2 birds. We're still firing. Roger. Got him.
6 is a 2-6. We'll move, but we got this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's on.
Bypass.
Damage, Kyle. All right. I hit him.
Now, I will say this, and of course that's awful, and I do think that corruption needs to be brought to light if there is actual corruption. There is something to be said for classified documents that, if released, can actually put troops in harm's way who haven't necessarily done anything wrong. But do you notice that's at the tail end of the Bush years? Right? We saw that. That was leaked. Here's my question. Where are the leaks from Barack Obama's time in office? Did the wars end? Did the wars end? Didn't he actually start carrying out more drone strikes than any president in history? And at the time, they were still sort of experimental forms of weapons technology where you would imagine there's more collateral damage. A lot of people complain about it. Nothing? Nothing being leaked? It's the selective leaking. It's the selective investigative journalism that I have a problem with. Remember under George W. Bush, there was Lines for Lamb's redacted rendition. There were all these anti-American military films about corruption in the Bush years. It stopped. All of a sudden, when Barack Obama was president, hey, no, your government is benevolent. They're looking out for you. Again, Hillary Clinton notwithstanding, because nobody likes Hillary Clinton. So that's my issue. Let's go back to what kind of happened after there in November 2010. He was accused of rape in Sweden, I believe, or Swedish authorities did. Then he hid in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, and he was arrested by British authorities on behalf of the U.S. They'd basically been trying to extradite him. In 2019, Trump's DOJ filed 18 charges against Assange, accusing him of collaborating with Bradley Manning, who now wants you to call him Chelsea. I don't.
We paid for his sex change.
Yep, we did.
Taxpayer funded.
Paid for the sex change.
Now, might have balls, Your Honor.
Now, Manning is the one who provided those documents to WikiLeaks, and Manning admitted to releasing 700,000 documents, including like actual battlefield plans, right? Actual diplomatic plans, actual private information that was relevant to winning certain aspects of the war. In 2013, after arriving in Leavenworth prison, Manning came out as a woman. And Obama commuted Manning's 35-year sentence in 2017. Wonder why? Just commuted it. Commuted it. Hey, do you think that maybe if this president commutes your sentence, you're less likely to expose corruption? Do you think that might take place? Think about, hey, we have this. We have Julian Assange, right? The media says, hey, hero. The media says Julian Assange is a hero. Okay, we'll talk about that. What about James O'Keefe? Hey, what about the undercover journalism that we've done here? Yeah. Undercover, here with the National Manifesto, they threatened to bring in the FBI. They don't want to investigate it. Hey, what about the Ashley Biden diary? Think about the same media who says this person is a hero for, and there is an argument to be made, basically obtaining classified documents that are a matter of national security from what was Bradley Manning, is still Bradley Manning, obviously. Mm-hmm. So that is something that's a hero, but someone legally being given the laptop from Hunter Biden, according to company policy, because he left it, never picked it back up from a glorified geek squad, and didn't even put a password on it, the people who talk about that get indicted, get charged, and get shut down. You don't live in a free country. If you have laws, you live in a free country only if the laws are applied equally. And you see it very clearly with investigative journalism. You see it very clearly with social media and big tech. It's the selective censorship and outrage that we see. Did the war stop under Barack Obama? Did corruption stop when former Vice President Biden was there in office? It all just went away. The corruption is with James O'Keefe. It's with the unit here. It's with the person who stumbled across Ashley Biden's diary. It's a trick. It's a trick. They want to show you a whistleblower and silence the people actually rooting out corruption. Doesn't mean that Julian Assange wasn't rooting out any kind of corruption. That's not what I'm saying. But they are very selective. Who's they? I mean the entire media, Washington, D.C., and the entertainment industry. For crying out loud, on this show, The Boys, they make a joke about some people believe that Epstein didn't kill himself. Really? You mean everyone except for you?
Epstein doesn't believe it
Everyone
either.
believes that.
I bet you Epstein's last words were, "Oh, shit. Well, no one's going to believe I killed myself like this."
Hillary?
Yeah.
Dude, if I heard someone say they believe that Epstein killed himself, I would immediately, I would tell them that if I just lost all respect for you.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't believe anything you said.
That's how I feel about.
What are all your opinions?
That's how I feel about The Boys. You had an opinion on Assange.
Well, and so on Assange, like I like exposing corruption, right? In general, I do. But you have to do it the right way. And Assange just seemed that he's been this leftist the entire time, and he's focused on, obviously, the George Bush stuff, and he's focused on anti-war. And like you said, did all this stuff stop? Did the Afghanistan stuff stop? Did the stuff in Iraq stop? Did the drone strikes that Obama was doing stop? No, none of that stopped. It's just it was selective. And so, look, if you're really pro-Assange right now, you should be pro these other guys, too. And I will say this, they have to do it the right way, though, right? There are certain rules in place to make sure that you do not put troops on the ground in harm's way. Now, I understand if there is corruption that goes so far that sometimes those rules can get kind of blurry. And you have to figure out what is the biggest, greatest good. But I don't think that these people necessarily that are celebrating this have that in mind. And also, I question the time. Why right now?
Right.
Why? Yeah. I mean, it should have been done. If it was going to be done, it should have been done a long time ago. If he's pleading for time served for five years and not even hour prison, it's like you get time served credits from a foreign country. I've never heard of that before. Maybe somebody else had, but I don't think so. Why now?
Yeah,
it feels like it's just so political.
Yes,
because I know the group of people that are celebrating this and not asking questions, and those people typically are not Biden fans.
Only here's a general rule. If mainstream Hollywood makes a film venerating you, you're full of shit. So when they make Aaron Brockovich, right, which is about tap water, you are never going to see a film about what happened with Acorn. You are never going to see a film about the Ashley Biden diary. You are never going to see a film about the collusion with this and foreign entities. You're not going to see a film about the Clintons, for crying out loud. That should be like catnip for reporters. They killed people.
Movie starts with her first election.
Yes.
Yeah.
Winning by a Kennedy dying, surprisingly, right before the election.
Well, yeah.
Also, where's your support for Alex Jones? Guys, if you're going after saying, hey, Assange, Alex Jones just reported on stuff.
Right.
And talked about conspiracy theories that were out there.
Yep.
And you're fine with the, I don't see you, Kim.com and crew going after and supporting Alex Jones.
So no more leaks after George W. Bush. Hold on a second. Not only are they not allowing leaks, and here's why, because Assange wouldn't have a useful ally, right? He wouldn't have a useful ally in the media if anything happened to be leaked that was embarrassing to this administration. You think CNN's going to cover it? For crying out loud, all of big tech silenced the Hunter Biden laptop story. They're not going to, and they silenced the Ashley Biden diary, which we now know may be true. They basically all but punted the Joe Biden putting classified documents next to his old Corvair. I know I'm using the wrong car. I don't care. I imagine that's what he drives.
It's funny.
They completely punted it. And I guess the word stopped. Hey, not only are they stopping the leaks, they're trying to suppress, meaning the entire media and entertainment industry, commentary and content surrounding publicly available information of the Afghanistan withdrawal that was a disaster. You think they're going to take a leak? You don't think that there would be some leaks behind the scenes as to why that was the quagmire that it became? They won't even allow you to discuss the publicly available information. That's how much they suppress based on narrative and based on the political agenda. Did you guys see it? Please comment below. That, to me, is always what sticks out with Assange and Snowden versus Andrew Breitbart, James O'Keefe, this unit right here. Only in the movies do those mainstream legacy media outlets, their reporters, are they altruistic, just doing the right thing for the story and making sure that I'm unbiased. It's not a thing. It's a sham. It's an illusion. Speaking of that exact same bias, of course, this brings us to CNN and what they're doing.
First, do you guys want to play a game first?
What? No.
Great, let's play.
No. I thought we said no.
Was this set up
game for us
this
today.
whole time?
Yeah, I've had it. You didn't see it? It's right here. This is my game.
I didn't set that up.
Okay.
We're playing Hangman today, and the subject is who you're gonna call.
Okay.
It's not Ghostbusters. Okay, you get to guess. If you guess wrong, you get a body part.
Do I frame my answer in the form of a question?
No.
Why are you playing this game now?
That's gonna be a big hit already.
no, that's
We already started on a bad,
okay.
bad start. Gerald, what do you got? We got. Come on.
Z?
Z. Too long.
Okay.
Took too long.
Let me give you a Y. Give me a Y.
Why? We put all the vowels on there. Why did you guess that? That's a silly question.
okay.
We're gonna do a leg. Bang. Right like that.
Fine.
Okay.
Come on, Gerald.
P.
P. Yeah.
P?
No, wait. No, that's yours. I want
Come on, P? Really? No. There's no P. There's no Y. Z. Whatever. You got another leg?
Give me an M. Give me an M, as in
M?
maple.
Like, no M?
No
Guess what? Guess what that means? Boom. You lose.
But there's
You
only
lose.
there's only one arm.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you lose to the IRS. You lose an arm and a leg. This time they only took an arm. How do you spell it? You guys know. You guys. It's the Tax Network USA.
Oh, that's right. That does make sense.
You call them, then guess what? You get your arm back. You get your eyes. You get a big smile.
Yeah,
big goofy
It looks
smile.
like Chelsea Manning.
And maybe a little bit of hair for Gerald, you know?
Why'd you laugh,
And a
Steve?
new tooth. I know you got a new tooth there.
He does have a new tooth.
And,
Thank you.
you know.
Tell you what, if you save money on your taxes, you end up with new tooth money.
You do.
Also, the air conditioning was fixed in my office. I have 75-degree money now.
72.
Nice.
And you can thank Tax Network USA. So don't let those tax issues get the better of you. You can contact Tax Network USA. tnusa.com/Crowder. That's tnusa.com/Crowder. They've been helping a lot of Americans. There's a lot more to taxes than just, oh, okay, you pay what's on the bill. I don't know if you know this. They try and rape you, figuratively. What are you doing? I mean,
He's drawing more. What? Is this?
It's a spider, Steven!
Ah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't erase it. It's
gonna be on a web.
I'm going to be distracted this whole time.
Okay.
Okay, it looks friendly. I'll just imagine it's a tick.
It is.
All right. This brings us
It's a spider.
This brings us to CNN when we're talking about selective enforcement of the rules. Okay, so I don't want to toot our own horn on this, but the reason for this new policy from CNN that Tim Pool is going to be on the show discussing, he spoke with YouTube, I believe exclusively at this point. We have a call set up later this week.
Exactly the same verbiage used in the call set up for him as well.
Yes. If the election happened to be held today, Donald Trump wins. As a matter of fact, we're going to do this on Thursday's stream as a pregame, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you look at the electoral map right now, it is a very difficult path for Biden. He has to run the board across the entire Midwest. There are many, many paths for Donald Trump to win. And if you just go by the poll, he hasn't lost a major poll, for example, in Arizona, in Michigan. Maybe he lost one in Michigan, but it's only been one since, I want to say, November. If you look right now and you look at the history of how he outperforms the polls, he would be winning Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And then you have places like Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Virginia that are actually in play. Biden has a difficult path. It's not like the last elections. They know it, and I don't know what changes it because the man's already been convicted. October surprises don't work because they've been running them for basically 6 years. They've been running October surprises nonstop before his presidency, during his presidency, and continually while Joe Biden is president. It's not working. So they're stepping up their game. They're pulling out all the stops. They now want to control people even being critical of them. The one thing that I will say I'm most proud of with this program is that we provide the references to you publicly. I don't think you should trust anyone who doesn't do that. It doesn't mean they're lying. I don't think that you should trust a source that doesn't do that, because at the very least, you can do your own research and you can tell if this person is being honest with you. So now, CNN, before this big stream, and make no mistake, election season, we own. Here, we've always been the biggest, whether it's a town hall, whether it's a debate, or election night. It's not even close, and we know that CNN knows it. How do we know? Because they've tried to pull this in the past. CNN is now deciding that they are going to hit any YouTubers who cover or live fact check, which we will, their debate stream. Why? Well, I'll tell you why, but first let's give you the update from Tim Pool.
I received a message from YouTube last week asking to hop on a phone call to discuss the RNC and the presidential cycle. YouTube asked me to reach out to CNN to see if there was anything that they would be looking for in this regard, because apparently they are asking other networks who are doing the exact same thing to abide by certain restrictions. And I said, okay, I'll reach out. To which the immediate response was something along the lines of confirming we will not allow anyone on YouTube to use this outside of, CNN granting certain platforms, basically saying you can't do this.
Now, we are scheduled for the same call. Gerald, I believe we have the overlay of your email.
Yes. So it's just said, would love to grab time with you before the debate next week, before election season really heats up, or election year really heats up. And I'm like, that sounds a little similar to the...
And Fox News threatened to do this. They didn't follow through. Let me explain to you why they would do this, and allow me to build my case here. First off, this is fair use. Before someone says legally you can't do it, nope, that's not true. Okay, covering a presidential debate and providing live fact-checking, even just commentary, but live fact-checking, and certainly adding drinking games and having guests as we have, it is transformative. Fair use is basically, you have a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright or protected works, okay? As per 107 of the Copyright Act, it is not a copyright infringement to create content for the purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, or research. Additionally, if it's transformative, meaning that you change that content enough, you add something to it, it is no longer a violation of copyright. If this did not fall under fair use, live fact-checking, guess what? You could have no critics in the modern era of media. You wouldn't be able to criticize something. You wouldn't be able to rebut something. It would not be possible. All of our Vox rebuttals, gone. All of our John Oliver rebuttals, gone. Stephen Colbert, gone. All of it, gone. Back in the day, the other YouTubers, gone. It's just, it's an arms race, and this is new. This is a way of warping the law, and why would CNN do this?
Well, and it's not just our opinion.
Of course not.
Right? Because that's what a lot of people will go out and say, no, of course we can use this. We're citing chapter and verse for you, saying, here is why we can do this. CNN does not have a legal leg to stand on.
Well, do you know why do you know how we know there's press? Precedent. ABC tried to do this exactly with us, the 2019 Oscar stream, because we had more viewers in the stream than they did, and we won.
Yeah.
We won. Now, we lost thousands. You don't get those viewers back, and that's the issue, right? You don't get it back because they bog you down in legal paperwork.
We didn't win until days later.
And that's why I don't even think we'll be streaming it to YouTube, just here on Rumble. That's why if you join up at mugclubarmy.com, we ask that you share it, post it, because, hey, YouTube has shut us down for a very long time. Nothing in this election can happen in darkness. Here's why CNN wants us. Not just because it's easy to dunk on them and say the ratings suck. That's true. Everyone knows that. It's because they are so biased and they want their party, yes, CNN's party, the Democrat Party, they are so tied to it winning, they will violate the law. They will abuse the law to silence people who call them on their dishonesty, who call them on their bias. There's the reason we have always done so well with these live streams is because there is no trick you can pull. Either they know what they're talking about or they don't. Either they're telling the truth or they're not. Either they're doing a good job and being unbiased in their moderating or they are not. And time again, meaning every single time, they have not. And so there's a lot of value in being able to watch it with people you trust, people you've chosen to watch who can, boom, fact check it live. And we have the infrastructure to do that here. We have been the #1 stream, to be clear, for all the debates, town halls, and elections. If they had a meeting at CNN, the first name that came up, yours truly. 2016, we had 1.3 million people, right, on YouTube. In the election, 2020, 13.6 million. If you add up Facebook, we had a total number of about 17 million because we had to stop the stream until some corruption took place and we came back. Remember that morning in the dead of night? And you got to watch us saying, wait a second, they're boarding up precincts in Detroit. Wait a second. A pipe burst? What is happening? It was more than triple any other viewership, let alone the concurrent live viewers. The 2020 live stream beat out MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC. Our 2022 midterms, we were banned from YouTube, still got 4 million plays off there. Just look at the town hall that we had in 2023. We had 3.24 million. You look at all of the debates. You look at all of the town halls. You have chosen to tune in because you trust when we provide those references and we live fact check them. And the good news is you can live fact check us. We ask you to do it. That's why CNN is doing this. And that's why, look, we will own election night 2024. You can use the promo code right now, screw CNN, to get $10 off at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. We're not going, this is the first time, we're not going to be relying on CNN to call states. You don't think they know? You don't think that they know we generated more of you subscribers in one day than they could ever do with their online service? When we told you we're going to have our own electoral integrity map. We are going to have our own news wires and services so that we can provide you with real-time analytics and call states, not beholden to the networks that, for example, called Arizona with 10% of the vote in. They know it's coming, they're losing their stranglehold, and they want to be able to claim to be objective. Let me show you, in case you've forgotten, in these actual debates in town halls, how they've actually conducted themselves and why they wouldn't want that to be happening in the light. They want this to happen this year in darkness.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud. Please do not applaud. You're just wasting time.
Back to what happened on that day. You said you weren't.
Say that.
Well, no. He has testified that, Mr.
He
President.
did not say that.
But you said you weren't very involved that day. You did tell your supporters to come to Washington. You tweeted about it, about that speech that happened on the rally.
Am I allowed to say that?
When they went to the Capitol and they were breaking into the Capitol, smashing windows, injuring police officers, why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to go home?
I don't believe it did. Oh, let me pull it out. I have to pull it out.
Many of you are upset that someone who attempted to destroy our democracy was invited to sit on a stage in front of a crowd of Republican voters to answer questions and predictably continued to spew lie after lie after lie.
At some point, you know, maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members.
Does it bother you that he keeps talking about 2020 and not 2024? I'll ask you first. This is Jonathan Leslie. He's 40, Republican, voted for Trump twice. How do you feel about those lies?
The United States
We have to move on. Secretary Clinton, you can respond, and then we got to move on.
We want to give the audience a chance here.
The most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we
to,
will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question.
I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised.
So they want to be able to do that, and they want to ensure that there's no one out there who can point it out. They want to make sure there's no one out there who actually has a running clock to show you the amount of time they give to each candidate. They want to make sure there's no one out there who can fact check their question and bias, just using the hairy forearm lady from CNN. Hold on a second. Donald Trump said, make your voices heard peacefully and patriotically, and we run the clip. Guess what? If they remove that, if they were to be successful in this endeavor, you would never see the real video. Why? Because they won't allow you to see it. And this is not just hearsay. We'll provide all of the references for today's clips at louderwithcrowder.com, link in the description. Remember in 2019, CNN admitted to an undercover reporter that they specifically asked Democrats softball questions.
Christian Sierra explained how CNN implements their political bias.
It's like the ones who stick strictly to news, and I can understand if you're tough, like maybe you're a little tougher on the Democrats, it's okay, fine, whatever. Like MSNBC is tougher on Republicans, and we're tough on Republicans too. More so than the Democrats. Our Democrat interviews are like softballs compared to Republicans.
And you know what? If CNN wants to do that, that's fine. Just don't lie about it. And let us say, hey, that was a softball interview. Fair? That was an undercover journalist. Why isn't that person being praised? No, they're being silenced. These people are being sued by not only places like CNN, not only media outlets, but they're being investigated by your three-letter agencies. Whether it's the FBI, the IRS, the CIA, take your pick. That's what this is about. Make no mistake, this is what makes our year. This is what allows us to keep the lights on. When we go into election, we gear up and we invest to make sure that you can get accurate information. Yep, it's an entertainment show, but guess what? The future of this country matters. The future of this country matters to us. Matters to everyone here. Do you know how you know? Because you can go back to 2006 and 2009, write a blue bed sheet. There were no conservatives on YouTube. It wasn't a thing. There was no money in it. There was nothing to grift. These are the ABCs of us. It's fine if you let me know the ABCs of you. CNN still wants to act as though they are being unbiased. We're unbiased. Really? Just yesterday, CNN's, what's her name, Hunt, had a meltdown when a Trump spokesperson stated facts that she didn't like.
First of all, it would take someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently
stop this interview if you're going to keep
President
attacking my
Trump to
colleagues.
Adolf Hitler.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview if you
I'm
continue to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who you work for.
Yes.
If you are here to speak on his behalf,
And I will
I'm willing
do
to
that.
have this conversation.
I like Trump's lady's face.
I am
Yes,
stating
smile
facts
like,
that your colleagues have stated in the past.
Okay,
Now, as
I'm
for
sorry,
this
guys.
debate,
We're going to
the
come back out to the
expectation
panel.
for-
Caroline,
the
thank you very much for
expectation
your time. You are welcome to come back at any point.
That's exactly what they want to do with all the streams. Same thing. Nope, you said something I don't like.
Widely praised by other people in media. That's how you handle Trump people. Don't let them speak. And by the way, this is the same Jake Tapper who's going to be there moderating on Thursday. That's why it got brought up in the first place. The same Jake Tapper when Donald Trump wasn't elected again, theoretically, who said the long nightmare is finally over for Americans. Do you think he's biased?
Yeah.
Do you think this guy's going to go in there and not go, it is my job to take down President Trump and to make sure that Joe Biden gets reelected? That is his goal in life based on what he has said.
And the rules don't even apply to CNN because, YouTube says you can't revel in the misfortune or physical harm of someone else. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I like a good revel. Revel. Well, peas and carrots, watermelon. This is what Hunt said when Senator Rand Paul, a friend of the show, was physically assaulted.
New details today on the incident that left Senator Rand Paul with 6 broken ribs. This might be one of my favorite stories.
One of my favorite stories might be you with a hook in your mouth.
I don't know. Do they catch whales with a hook or like a harpoon?
Either way, she'll be lighting a lamp for a good decade. This is CNN is one of the most biased news networks that has ever existed. They have tried to present themselves. They used to present themselves before the last couple of elections with the veneer of being objective. Some people, my God, actually bought it. They've simply overreached now. And now they are pulling out all the stops because they want to guarantee that everything happens in darkness. They did it with the election integrity last time. They've done it with COVID. And then we find out, oh, hold on a second. Okay, it is true. There was a problem with mail-in ballots. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Pennsylvania did violate its constitution. Wait, hold on a second. There wasn't actually a pipe that burst in Georgia. That's not true. Oh, wait, hold on a second. It turns out there are vaccine or mRNA injections. Sorry, allow me to correct myself. It turns out there are side effects. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Turns out there are more reports to VAERS than ever before. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Turns out that the military mandates actually had some negative effects. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Turns out that lockdowns didn't work at all. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Turns out that inflation is bad as was predicted. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Doesn't seem like unemployment is actually going down as they are saying because it's actually going up in the private sector but down in the public sector. Oh, wait, hold on a second. No, let's just silence anyone who talks about it and say that they're liars and it's fake news. Do you know how you know it's not fake news? When we're doing it live. When you are saying it. When it is happening without a net. And this happens in election season and they cannot hold a candle to what you support here. So, better than walking out onto that field is to take the ball and go home. And they hope that if they spend enough money with YouTube in advertising, that YouTube will acquiesce to them. That is exactly what is happening right now. CNN is dumping money into YouTube for advertising right now. And YouTube says, okay, we'll disregard the law. We'll disregard the people who built this platform. We'll disregard actual constitutionally protected freedom of speech because CNN gives us enough money and they're failing. The desperate person is the person who will pay anything to try and make sure that they don't circle that drain, which they are. And that's why going into this election, we're going to do it more. That's what, go over to Rumble. I guess right now you're on Rumble. We're not on YouTube. Watch on Rumble, watch on Mug Club. If you don't join Mug Club, none of this happens again. There won't be another election where we can cover it.
I can get you anywhere.
Join up at mugclubarmy.com. We ask that you share it. This is the first time we're not going to be relying on CNN to call states. You don't think they know? You don't think that they know we generated more of you subscribers in one day than they could ever do with their online service? When we told you we're going to have our own electoral integrity map. We are going to have our own news wires and services so that we can provide you with real-time analytics and call states, not beholden to the networks that, for example, called Arizona with 10% of the vote in. They know it's coming. They're losing their stranglehold, and they want to be able to claim to be objective. Let me show you, in case you've forgotten, in these actual debates in town halls, how they've actually conducted themselves and why they wouldn't want that to be happening in the light. They want this to happen this year in darkness.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud. Please do not applaud. You're just wasting time.
Back to what happened on that day. You said you weren't.
say that.
Well, there's no
He has testified that, Mr.
He did
President.
not say that.
But you said you weren't very involved that day. You did tell your supporters to come to Washington. You tweeted about it, about that speech that happened on the rally.
Am I allowed to say that?
Colleagues have stated in the past. Now,
They've simply overreached now, and now they are pulling out all the stops because nothing happens in 2024. Nothing happens in darkness, and it will not be memory hold. You will never again say, wait a second, did a pipe burst? Did I dream that? Wait a second, did they board up precincts? Did I dream that? No, you're going to remember it, and we are going to stay on it. And it starts this Thursday, 8 p.m., and it starts actually right now with the promo code SCREWCNN. You get $10 off at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. Hey, stay tuned for a debate night live stream live. We will be live fact-checking all night.
This is big stuff.
First claim.
He said there was world peace in 2020. There was.
All right, let's bring him on because he was the one who broke this story. And, of course, our antenna went up. A friend of the show. You can follow him at Timcast on X. And he's all over YouTube, anywhere you can watch multimedia content. It's time for Tim Pool. Mr. Poole, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I didn't know if you, because you hadn't Skyped in before or Zoom. I don't know what we use. If you could do it from your studio, but looks like you got it. Looks like you got it all worked out.
I hope so. I was hoping it wasn't going to double up your audio, but it sounded good.
Yeah, it sounds good. And you look refreshed. I don't think you're as much. Are you a morning guy or you're a night owl?
Oh yeah. I both. I go to bed at like 12:30 and I wake up at 7:30.
That's not that bad. 12:30, 7:30. Yeah, you're getting 7 hours of sleep. Good for you. I am a 4:30 riser, which is, not ideal. Oh, Tim, Mr. Poole, tell us what this conversation was like, because I don't know if you were following earlier, but Gerald did receive an email from the contact at YouTube saying, hey, can we talk about the election later this week? We haven't actually spoken with them yet.
I think this might have to do with the call I had last night. I had two calls, actually. So about a week and a half or so ago, I get an email from a YouTube rep asking if I would schedule a call to discuss the RNC. That was it. And we did. So yesterday, around 4:30, I have a phone call with YouTube rep, and they brought up a couple things pertaining to the RNC, not really that big of a deal, but they mentioned that CNN is going to be allowing, and this is interesting, they said CNN's going to be allowing other networks to obviously rebroadcast this, and I said, right, Fox is doing a simulcast. And they told me yes, but there's some restrictions, like they're not going to allow anchors on at certain times or something. We're not sure. So CNN, I guess, reached out to YouTube and said, have the YouTubers, the bigger channels, contact us. And so YouTube says, here's their email. I said, sure. And I said to YouTube, I was like, this is fair use. I don't need to ask them anything.
Right.
You can't lock down the former president and the current president debating the future of this country. And there's a lot to break down there. And so they said, we're going to send you the email. You can reach out to them. And as for the RNC, this is also a bit interesting, too. They told me, while you will be allowed to say the 2020 election was stolen and fraudulent or whatever, advertiser guidelines may be different. And I'm trying to be careful because I'm paraphrasing, not quoting, but something about if you deny the election, you may still be demonetized or you may have your ad revenue taken from you or something like that. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Following that call, I sent an email to CNN saying, Google reached out, asked me to contact you guys. I said, we are a live show. We're 8 to 10. We're going to be providing commentary on the debate. Let me know if there's anything you're considering or, what you need. And the response I got back was confirming that we will not allow, or it was like confirming we are only allowing certain digital publications to use the CNN YouTube feed and not allowing YouTubers to rebroadcast. And so I immediately contacted YouTube again to let them know, hey, they're basically saying no. It's not about restrictions. It's we are not going to let you. And I pointed this out to YouTube. I said, when we streamed with commentary and fact-checking the Republican debate, Fox News had done a similar thing where they threatened to take down various shows, and they did, but only after the live stream.
Right.
We challenged their claim, and they dropped it. There were many other liberals who challenged the claim, and Fox dropped it because they're not going to win that.
Right.
And so I asked YouTube, and this is a second call I'm on with them now.
Yeah.
And I said, however, considering CNN appears to be very proactive on this, if they file a copyright claim against us while we are live and fair use, YouTube will take down our live show. And it's different from we did the show and we challenge this, because YouTube defaults to, okay, it's a civil dispute, take it outside of YouTube.
Right.
But if we're live and you shut us down, there is no go back.
No.
And this is interesting. YouTube said they may actually, they said, let us, we're going to check on this. You're right. We may actually defer and allow the streams to continue until after they're done.
Well, that's good. That's good news.
Surprise.
Yeah. It's it's always it's always kind of will they, won't they with YouTube. You know, for example, they're like, yeah, you can, and then they found a way to suspend us for old content right before the midterms last go round.
Did you hear what happened to us? They went back 3 years and took down our two biggest shows abruptly, without notice, and for fake reasons. Just 3 years later.
Yeah. What were the reasons?
T-shirts made for all the people getting demonetized too.
So we did a show and it was the most ridiculous show ever. Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Michael Malice, Drew Hernandez, Blair White. I mean, just the list goes on. Luke Rudkowski. And it was on YouTube. It was our biggest show. It's not the biggest show we've done, but it had like 2.4 million on YouTube. They claimed that at the beginning of the show, someone supported QAnon. And I'm like, that's not true at all. Like, none of the people on that show would have done that unless it was a sarcastic joke, like mocking QAnon. And they said, well, whatever. And then the next one they took down was another Alex Jones episode where they claimed that it had medical misinformation in it, which is also bunk. Right. 3 years later, I was like, get out of here with that.
Yeah, of course. And by the way, who cares if someone supported QAnon on a panel show? I'm willing to bet that if someone actually did, I don't think they did, someone else like Alex Jones say, well, that's crazy. You're making the rest of us look bad.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like when Alex Jones had Kanye on, he's like, oh, I don't think you're saying you're a Nazi. He's like, I am a Nazi, though. He's like, let's stop. Like, he felt exactly how everyone else feels when Alex Jones is on their show, and it was hilarious. But he's not a QAnon guy, and that's a big thing, too. You look at Alex Jones. They want to tell you what he did with Sandy Hook. They don't want him to tell you. They want to tell you that he didn't apologize. That's what they want to do with this. They want to tell you what the debate was like. And they have the luxury of very few people tuning in, CNN. So afterwards, they can reframe it and say, Donald Trump lied, of course, as we expected. They don't want that live broadcast. That's the danger zone for legacy media. They just can't compete. So the fact that, to me, what's so disconcerting is, we've had to struggle with this too. I think a lot of people don't know this. There's the law. You have to know the law, and I do as far as single-party consent states, right? And we have to know this with the undercover journalists, where for people who don't know, that means you don't need someone to give you permission to film them. That's how you get undercover journalism. Well, that's the law. You're protected. But YouTube can remove it anyway if they feel like it. We've had people who sat down for a change my mind, who signed a release form, then later didn't like the way the video turned out, even though it was unedited, and YouTube said, well, that's our policy. So they don't even follow the law. And that allows them to, like a scalpel, selectively apply rules however they want. And this is, I think, what we can expect the entire election season. How does it affect you guys, too, going into the election season? Because this is busy. There's a lot of live streams.
Oh, this is, same thing for you guys. This is like the Olympics. Like every 4 years is it's a big event. You build up your membership base. It allows you to survive the weaker periods doing the news. You need these big moments. Of course, this time around, this debate that we're about to see on Thursday is history. My understanding is never before has a president debated his predecessor for the next term. And it's not being done through the Commission on Presidential Debates. Everything is weird, and more than ever, you are going to need fact-checking, commentary, criticism, etc. They are trying. CNN. Do you know? Let me tell you this. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what CNN's key demographic viewership was on last Friday?
I mean, as far as the age group.
So 25 to 54. How many viewers do you think they're getting in primetime? CNN.
In primetime, 48,000.
Yes, you are correct. 9 p.m. I believe was 49,000 viewers.
Wow. I swear to you, I didn't read the story.
Yeah,
their median demographic. Fox News' median viewer was 74 years ago, so I can only imagine it's older now. And a lot of people think that CNN would be younger because it's hip, but it's not.
Hip. Well, to be fair, in their 65 plus, they're getting around 400K, I think.
Wow.
So that does matter for voters. It does, but you can tell CNN knows in 15 years they won't exist. Right. And I mean no disrespect to older people, but when they move on and they pass down, to the next generation to take the reins, CNN ain't getting a single piece of that.
Nope.
And so this is, I don't think what we're seeing now is necessarily CNN worried about money, because if it was, the email I got would have said a $10,000 fee would be appropriate for the rights or something like that. The fact that they're saying we're not going to allow anyone to do this is we want to be able to control the narrative. If it was about money, CNN would use their brand and their position and their access to sell licenses to as many networks as possible.
And Gerald has a question, but one thing, to me, this is unprecedented. Have you experienced this before where YouTube has told you to go communicate directly with a network? I've never had that.
Never. Well, when they told me they wanted to talk about the RNC, that made sense. Because they're going to have a booth or something, they're going to be involved. Yeah. They've done this before.
Sure.
But the first thing that gets brought, the RNC was ancillary. The first thing that gets brought up is CNN is, and I'm trying to be careful because I didn't record the conversation or anything like that, but my general understanding was CNN contacted YouTube and you know what I think this may have been is CNN did this to YouTube as kind of a legal pit trap, calling YouTube and saying, we know there's going to be a bunch of streamers, big channels, news shows, podcasts who are going to rebroadcast with commentary. Just have them contact us. And they're doing that so they can try and set, when it comes to any legal challenge, they were warned in advance to create willful infringement arguments, which I still reject. It's fair use. And that was actually something that came up as soon as I got off the phone with YouTube. I'm thinking, do I call my lawyer now? Because the issue is, if we reach out to CNN, they're going to try and make a claim of, we explicitly said no, they did it anyway. Right. Now we want to sue for more. And then here's the bigger challenge. I've been involved in a handful of lawsuits already, and you know this. And as we move into the election, they're only going to ramp up.
Of course.
And they are intentionally choosing districts where they're going to win on politics, not on the merits.
Yep.
CNN, I'd be willing to bet, is setting this up so that if it comes to a fair use challenge, they're going to pull some New York district court for the lawsuit, claiming that's where they operate out of. Or, they're in Atlanta, but they'll try. And they try. They probably will.
Yeah.
Get some Democrat judge who's going to bang the gavel and say, don't know, don't care, CNN wins.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. We have seen the ramp up. I mean, look, our second highest line item beyond employee payroll is a retainer for lawyers, and it has ramped up. And the goal is, without a doubt, it's been very clear, to shut us down before the election. They go, okay, we're going to demonetize you. We take it on the chin. All right. Then they say, we're going to actually remove you for the next election stream. Oh, wait, you have a platform that allows you to broadcast to a bigger audience than YouTube with Rumble. Now we're going to remove your ability to make a living at all. And the lawsuits come, because they do not. To give you an idea, here's the contrast. CNN, their budget is being spent on lights, and the bulk of their budget is being spent on advertisements. The bulk of our budget here, as far as human resources, I've used that word because I know HR, but actual human resources, research and being ready to get the information on the fly. That's the bulk of what we invest in, is that. Not just running ads for reverse mortgages, even though if it was a scam, of course, Tom Selleck wouldn't be there. You had a question, Gerald.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tim, I was actually surprised to hear that YouTube may allow this stream to go on. But you know who else I think probably got this email? Rumble. And you know what they probably sent back? I'm not kidding. Chris probably went to the copier machine and put his middle finger down on it and sent back a copy of his middle finger. Are you actively trying to get your audience now off of YouTube onto Rumble? We've been doing it for years. I know they're coming after you where it hurts financially. Like, do you have a backup plan so that if YouTube does decide to just randomly go 3 years back and take you down, you've got somewhere for people to find you?
So Thursday, our plan is to multi-stream on X, Rumble, and YouTube, and I hope YouTube realizes what that means, because that means if they're deciding to side with CNN, they just are going to start losing out on. They know how big the viewership is going to be and the demand for this.
Yeah.
But here, I'll tell you the challenge with Rumble, and we do put all of our videos on Rumble. We have I believe about 500,000 on Timcast IRL and 300 some odd thousand on my other channels. Full disclosure, and I'm trying not to be. I guess it might sound a little dickish, but we lost a lot of money when we started putting up our videos on Rumble at the same time, because the ad revenue was a lot lower, and we've rarely run into the problems that you guys have, but they have been putting the pressure on us. They have been screwing with us, taking down our 2 biggest episodes. So that's basically why we decided we're going to upload every clip we do from the show onto Rumble, and any show that is too, I don't know, spicy gets re-uploaded. So that's our biggest show ever was Darren Beatty. We were live on YouTube. He said some naughty words that YouTube doesn't like, so we uploaded that to Rumble, and we got 3 or 4 times the largest viewership we ever got. I think we got 7 million by putting it on Rumble. That hasn't been replicated, but so we do put everything on Rumble, and we intend to keep doing that. I think we may, depending on what happens on Thursday, depending on the results, the show may formally switch to no longer being sole YouTube and now just being multicast on all platforms.
Yeah.
Well, the main reason that we just kept it on YouTube was because a large portion of our viewership are watching on the YouTube app on their televisions.
Right.
They're not watching on their browsers or their phones or anything. And when we had discussed in the past, apps and stuff, a lot of people, when we've switched to backup streams or whatever, we get slammed with member emails and things saying we watch on TV, we don't know where to find it.
Right.
And so then we're we're trying not to make it as complicated as possible, but considering what's happening now, it doesn't matter what we want to do, it matters what we have to do.
Right.
And so probably multi-stream as of Thursday.
Yeah, we're at that. That's where we all are, and I agree with you. Look, it's tough to compete with the biggest media website that has ever existed on Earth, YouTube. Yeah. But I do think between now and election, we can expect some of those fixes coming in through Rumble, and we've been working behind the scenes certainly to make it more feasible with Mug Club. And you know what? I get it. What you do too. It's all of this is really a love letter to your members, right? That's what this is about. It's about the people who choose content, and you are serving. We aren't performers in the sense that we are, but we're servants. And certainly going through this is something that is a requirement. They need to be served something honest, something accurate, because when there's so much information out there, there might as well be no information. And that's what they're hoping happens. People are bombarded with so much information, and they can select which information gets through to people. So I guess if you stream this on Thursday, we will too, and we'll figure out if we get struck and taken down.
Yeah, we're going to be everywhere. So if they take us down on YouTube, we'll be on X and Rumble.
All right. Okay. And where's the best place for people to? Because you have so many different URLs. Where's the best place for me to send people?
YouTube.com/TimcastIRL or Timcast.
Oh no!
Welcome, traveler. Get on. Looking for safe passage? Let's go.
Don't be shy. Stay honest.
Where you headed? Here! I can get you anywhere. Have fun walking. Hold tight. Ready to leave? Up on! Where you headed? Let's go.
Kilogram of wheat, 24 liters of milk.
Looking for safe passage? Get on!
I have lots to trade. Got everything? Welcome, friend. Satisfied?
I can get you anywhere. Welcome, traveler. Hold tight. Ready to leave? Up on! Looking for safe passage? Let's go!
Hello there. I can get you anywhere. Get on.